Out of the ordinary. Yeah. Hi, everyone. I am aka Spirit Mother, and I would like to welcome you all back to my channel on YouTube, Spirit to Spirit Teachings of Going Within Self, on TikTok, 1974 Enlightened Soul, and I'm also live on Facebook. If you're new to my channel, I always recommend, suggest, and I really encourage you to read the description on my YouTube channel, Spirit to Spirit Teachings of Going Within Self, to get a better understanding of what it is that I do bring forward on my channel. Some of you are aware, I bring everyday life, my own experiences, what's happening in the world with politics, or like the medical system, the educational system, and what have you. And I say, like, the way of getting out of the matrix is, exposing it, exposing the experiences that you had within it, okay? The good and the bad. And it's, yes, I was gonna like ask questions, question things, because today I have two books, and there's other books here that I'll be like kind of looking at too. And I have the Encyclopedia of Spirits, okay? The ultimate guide to the magic of fairies, geniuses, genius, demons, ghosts, gods, and goddesses. And I also have the book of Saints, Angels, Demons. And I'm going to be randomly picking pages out of it, and I'm going to see where it takes me, because it's Spirit's way of, we say about the demons, the saints, and the angels, and what have you, and Spirit is going to bring forward the truth. Okay? So it's going to irritate you. I'll make you laugh, I'll make you cry, I'll piss you off, you're going to punch me upside my head, you'll like me, love me, hate me, loathe me. Okay? But I channel for Spirit. Okay? I don't work in the matrix. I work in the spirit world, in my waking state and in my physical state. That's why people look at me really strange, and I'm constantly speaking in different, what you perceive to be tongues. It's different languages. So I guess I'm going to dive into this, and I'm going to learn a lot myself about the gods and demons and angels and saints and spirits and ghosts and fairies and all of the things that we're told are myths and fairy tales. Okay, so you'd be saying, well, this here would be of the Bible because it has the saints, the angels, and the demons. And this here, because you figure there's one God, so that would apply of all these. And then you have the spirits, which is the ancient world, the world beyond the physical realm that people tend to mock and be afraid of, and even if they did have experiences, they would be reluctant to say anything for fear of what they would say. It'd be okay, like they say, it's okay to talk about saints and angels and demons, but not to the medical community. The religious, if you talk about fairies and gods and goddess, different forms, and then that's where it gets a little controversy, right? Because in the medical world, well, angels and demons, they would say that that was a psychiatric disorder. It was a schizophrenia or psychosis, which is actually spirit, and they're just not understanding of it because to them everything has to have a physical reason, which it doesn't, because like I said many times, I didn't learn these languages anywhere. So how, like you'll say, it's the brain. Well, it's the brain coming together with God itself. The complete and utter consciousness of everything all combined, saints, angels, demons, ghosts, like fairies, and everything of what you're told to fear or not believe. Okay, you don't have to believe it. You'll say about pagans, and pagans will say about the church and what have you. And does it really matter? You're all using the same freaking thing, and the church is demonizing the pagans, and the pagans, like, they're seeing a lot within the church because of the way they're teaching. They're teaching that they're demons and they're demonic and they're witches and like what have you, that will stone them. And I actually have some pictures. If you can bear with me for a moment, I'd really appreciate it, because okay. Spirit's getting me to do this because this is part of it. This is the spirit world. It's the religious world. It's even the atheists. Okay, like an atheist will believe in the placebo effect. Well, that's much the same, but don't really want to look at that, because it might mean that we all have to realize that we're all talking about the same fucking thing, but we're just demonizing each other and saying this isn't real, this ain't real, and what have you. But each part of it believes in the same thing. You're just seeing it differently. But some will say, that's not true at all. Yes, it is. Asito borito mo siya kalaenusa. Okay, I'm not talking about biblical stuff. I'm talking about, like, you say about spirit, it's all a plastered. You say you're in Revelations. Well, here's the revelation when you open up and you realize the truth. I hope everybody. I was going to say everyone, and they come out everybody. I hope you all have a great weekend. Right? Now, buen dieto. Semosha. Galera bigyan. Era super. Is that super. Oh, here we go. I got like a peephole there. Maybe it's my witch's ward. love you all. Like, it's just like, shit. Better go get your torches and pitchforks and, hey, don't forget your crosses to crucify. Am I mocking you? No. I'm just asking, do people realize how ridiculous it all sounds? Okay. This is yesterday. I think, I don't know if I was live last night. I was on TikTok. I was at a museum and I walked in, this Bible. Oh shit. This Bible was there. Okay. I don't know if everybody can see that. That's a big ass Bible. Like, I'm talking, it's like almost both of these put together. So I randomly opened the page. And like I said yesterday, in here, I don't know which one it is. Shit. Because I didn't get the top part of it. Okay. So that's the page. And down at the bottom, did I get it? Just one sec. I'm gonna. Oh, I did. It was in Nehemiah. Nehemiah. No, apparently, of course, you didn't hear of that because you don't hear of everything. Because there's so many Bibles, there's so many perspectives, and all these people. Like, it's all about the world, but it's all talking about Jesus. Okay. So let's go down to number down to 20. And the residue of Israel, of the priests, of the Levites, which, I have a line of Levies, and it's the Halevi, were in all the cities of Judah, and there's 12 of them. And I went down back like 12 generations, and they're all rabbis, and they were Levi Halevi. Judah, everyone in his inheritance. But the Nephilims dwelt in Ophel and Ziha and Gisba, where were over the Nephilims. I'm reading it how it says. So it's scholars who write this stuff, right? They perceive themselves to be all in with God and what have you, and nobody is allowed, or nobody has the intelligence to decipher what the Bible is actually saying unless you're said to be having a scholar in religion, or you believe you're of God. Well, everyone's of God, so shouldn't each person like see their own interpretation of what it is that they get from it? Because there's a whole lot of stuff in here that don't make sense. Am I mocking it? No, I'm just saying. There's many different interpretations. The same as, your saints, your angels, your demons. Some say Metatron is good and others say Metatron is not. It depends on what side you're on, right? It's much like you're Republican, you're conservative, you're liberal, or you're Republican and Democrat, you're conservative and liberal, right? You got to go God or devil. You can't think for yourself. I just heard Foxy Saucy. And then I opened up again. Why did I look at it? Why did I take a picture of this one? And at the fountain gate, which was over against them, they went up by the stairs of the city of David at the going of the wall of David. Okay, I don't know why I picked that. Oh, okay. So now this was in the Bible. Can you all see that? I heard it's backwards, but we get the idea. Okay, so everybody's saying about God's name being Jehovah, Allah, um, uh, you place Muhammad in there and things like that, which is Elohim. It's like many different gods. There's one ultimate creator, but what exactly is that ultimate creator? Okay. It's like for it, it says, Our Father, thou art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. So this is going to throw because what I'm about to say. Hallowed be thy name. Our Father, thou art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Hallows ground, hallow, Halloween, all Hallows Eve. You put all this stuff and you demonize it. It's to me, hallowed would represent being, the earth because it's hollow ground. All land is hallowed until you shed blood. So burial is a ritual. And it's one that goes back to ancient times before Christ. Well, Christ always existed, but it was before Jesus. It was before Isis and Thoth. So saints, ghosts, angels, demons, fairies, it's all been here before your book, before your stories of Christ, before those big Bibles, small Bibles, like, that big Bible, which, holy shit. And this is the living edition. So Even King James is about this size. Here, let me grab that because St. James. What do you see por ahí? Okay, so let's see. That Bible I had in my hand yesterday was fucking near that big. Excuse my French, but don't. Now, new translation, this big. Let's see here. Okay. So the new translation, they're saying this is all there is, right? That's all they give you. Another Testament of Christ, the Book of Mormon. Not another New World Translation. So hey, we'll keep doing that. And then this is the New King James Version. They're back a few years ago when I was in the hospital. I went up to the chapel, and at the front of the chapel, they had the Bible. Well, the Bible was about this thick, maybe more, and it was about that long. Like, I mean, it had colorful pictures in it and everything. It was a nice freaking Bible. Okay. So the point I'm making, and there's many, there's other different Bibles. Okay. So, King James left out Mary Magdalene. Oh, sorry. Where is it? Left out these two. Gospel of Thomas and the Gospel of Mary Magdalene. We're talking about saints and gods and demons and angels, and fairies and what have you. So, if this doesn't resonate with you, well, then I guess my channel's not for you. If you want to know what my channel is about, go to my YouTube channel, Spirit Teachings of Going Within Self, and you'll get a better understanding. So I even have like someone who, it was Mary's message to the world. Oh, shit. And then I have a book, Jewish Mysticism, part of some of the Zohar, and some of the Book of Enoch. And maybe in university, maybe I should have took this stuff, because that was originally what I was going to take, religion. And I wanted to do like ancient ancestors, and then and with regards to the indigenous and many different things. Because I always had interest in this stuff and I always believed this stuff. And it wasn't until the past few years that I realized that when I was a little kid and I was going like this and there was a force field there and I couldn't close my friggin' fingers, I now know that that was the energy. And it all depends on what mood you're in, what state you're in, of what you're going to have. Volete seduto me eh sì, che dopo di che hai noi? Tutto just one sec, I gotta turn my lights on here. Oh, shit. Aha. Allora tu cos'è? Oh, oh, come on. Has anyone seen the picture where they are depicting the God in the cloud? And do you know they depict God as being like Santa Claus? And if you switch Santa Claus, the T in the end with Santa Claus, you actually have Satan. Or isso não é? Tucumã. And to the ones that say, I don't understand, well, read sign language or body language. Or the guy. So we'll go back and forth. Okay. And spirit will guide me where I need to go. And spirit may even take me into my books and what have you. I had dowsing rods, but I got rid of those because it was like I was putting my energy into the dowsing rods and it was like, holy shit. It was like, the channeling got really intense. It was coming in all too much, all too fast at the same time because spirits they all want to talk at the same time. Like if you watch the movie Ghost with Patrick Swayze and Whoopi Goldberg and Demi Moore or whatever. Okay, Whoopi Goldberg, she was considered a medium, right? So you had the spirits come in, okay, and they will be intrusive. And sometimes they come in and they speak. Well, they come in and they speak through you. Okay, when you say something that you didn't know or you didn't learn it anywhere, but somehow you knew it. Sit with that for a bit and figure out, well, how did I know that? It's because spirit told you. Spirit reminded you. Spirit showed you something or like brought forward something that, you already had within you. It was just a reminder. Ah, Joan of Arc. That's where I opened up to for saints. A young French peasant who became a national hero and a symbol of French resistance. Okay, they say about rebellion and resistance. Okay, so let's go on that. Okay, rebellion. They say rebellion, the ones who rebel are the problem. Resistance to change. Rebellion wants change, and the system that doesn't want change is the resistance. It's moving forward. Rebellion is calling out the truth. You're not rebelling against God unless God perceives itself as the AI system. Then maybe that's the God you're referring to. But that's not the God I look to. So you rebel. See, the AI is much like what you would class as you're living in a physical world, so you need someone else to tell you. Okay. That's the AI, artificial intelligence. And then there's the AI, alpha intelligence, which is the connection with spirit itself, the collective, the consciousness. And born around the age of 13, Jonah became experiencing visions of Saint Michael, Saint Catherine, and Saint Margaret appearing to her in physical features. So they teach you much in sometimes in history of Joan of Arc, but they don't so much teach the part of the seeing things. But if we were to say that, then we would be considered someone who had psychosis or schizophrenia. Like with Christopher Columbus and like he didn't find North America. He hijacked it. He was cruel, much like John A. Macdonald, who was the first Prime Minister of Canada. He was much like Edward Cornwallis, and they were all connected to the crown, of which I don't bow to because I have seen them do really nothing that benefits the people as a whole. And somebody got offended by that. Well, if you want to curtsy or you want to bow because of somebody who has money and wears a fucking crown and lives in a damn castle and says that, oh, well, we have this and we do that. Maybe they should stop taking the money from who they perceive to be the peasants because they think that you should bow and kiss their feet because they have money and they have this said statue, much like your saints. You worship a saint, you worship a pope. And I have to ask why. I really like, when you do that, it's giving your power over to what you perceive to be demonic, false. Like people will say, but they're not demonic. Please tell me why people are starving when they're living like royalty. Please enlighten me because they never got their money by so much earning it. This would have been my ancestors, your ancestors. They were doing it back and forth to each other. And this is what the story is about. This is what all wars are about. And we all got caught in the middle of it. Because there's not too many of them that would actually be legitimate royalty. But there would be an awful lot of offspring from the one who was said to be royal. Because they Think of King Solomon. Okay. Rhea, a ritual. King Solomon had 700 wives. Is what King Solomon had. And sin in this, sin, the illuminator, Lord of wisdom. King Solomon. Oh, there's Sophia. There he is, Solomon, king. Thank you. The biblical Solomon died right around 925 BCE, son of David, was the last ruler of the United Kingdom of Israel and Judah. But he was more than a political, administrative, or warrior king. King Solomon is master of magic and the world's wisest man. So if they talk about King Solomon. He was of magic. They looked up, like they praised King Solomon. And he was a man whore. And he was magical. So that to me, like, what went wrong there? He was pagan or was, church? Or was it actually both? And, they just wanted to demonize one over the other. One wanted to use dark and one wanted to use light. And then, they ended up both using dark and light and then pointing fingers at one another. Because pagan rituals and magic and all that's not all like light magic, white magic. There's the dark in there. That's the same as your church. And nobody's realized that, well, I mean, they're like certain, it's those spirit. They tell you that Jesus was doing this and Moses was doing that and all these other people were doing this and that in your biblical sense, but they demonize it for you. Master of magic in the world's wisest man. Wise and a little conceited. And he would use the dark to his advantage. Because that was part of the church. Are you sure King Solomon wasn't part of the church? As the builder of the original Jerusalem temple, commonly called Solomon's temple, he is God's own architect. Well, like my 11th great granddaddy's name was Solomon. Solomon ben Isaac Halevi. You know, are we being told the right years? Because I know, and I said it to somebody else. You know, you look at the way things are being constructed today, and then you look back at what they perceive to be history. Is what you perceive to be history actually the way of the future? Hey, Donald, you had enough wives, don't you think? You like to act like a king. Should I call you Solomon? Maybe it was Solomon who didn't like me. Want to fight Solomon? You should have looked at that, not? This is spirit to spirit. And these spirits got one fuck of a beef with one another. I'm here to help sort through it. And let me tell you, I energetically get the shit kicked out of me sometimes. But people won't comprehend that. And that's just fine because, you know, maybe one day you will when you start experiencing something you can't explain. You know, I've never seen a man so hooked in to having ballrooms because ballrooms are where little girls want to be. And Solomon was marrying children. You know, what people don't realize is what you perceive to be the fallen angels were actually of O positive blood type descent. But they tried to wipe out the RH negative. That's why, like, if you're 80, I think, I believe it's around about 85% of the population are O positive. 7% of the population is O negative. a universal donor. But it's harder for an O negative or an Rh negative person to conceive children if it's with a positive bloodline because the body acts as though it's an invasion. So people say that the bloodline comes from the father, and some say that it comes from the mother. It comes from the dominant bloodline. See, they perceive Rh negative in some cases as like a savior, but an abomination. Temple is much of Freemason lore derives from the building of this temple. So there's your Freemason, right? People demonize Freemasons. Jesus was a Freemason. A Freemason is a builder. So you have both sides of it. You have your physical builder and you have the spiritual builder. The spiritual builder are the ones that know about ancient secrets, and they're the ones hoarding them in places where people aren't allowed to go. Codicia. Pretty sure a lot of my ancestors were Freemasons on both sides. It was like, excuse me, the builders of the world, the builders of what you perceive to be the enslaved world, and builders of the free world. Builders of the physical world in a lot of sense. It keeps restricted. You're restricted because you go on a monetary value. Freemasons on the spiritual side of it, they go energetically. And that's where rituals and things come in. You know, pretty sure Donald Trump wanted to be a Freemason, and he's trying to work his way in there before he dies. I guess, he's angry, but he was always someone else's bitch. It's like when they say, don't bite the hand that feeds you. I won't just bite the hand that feeds me. I will chew it the fuck off and any other body part that it used to abuse me. The system is that. The system can be the physical or it can be the spiritual because, entities, they travel through your waves. People don't realize, but it comes in, they come in, they say the saying, see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil, because if you hear it, it goes into the ear. If you see it, it goes in through the eyes. If you speak it, it comes in through the mouth. See, the thing is, what would say that other than something that didn't want you to see it, hear it, or speak it? Because then it would be exposed. Oh, no, no, so cara! Toma, Gloria. What you're witnessing is energetic. Arecito poquito no shukurisi. My channel's spirit to spirit. So if you take it personally, then that's your problem, not mine. If you're feeling something from it, whether it be like understanding or whether it be rejection or anger or frustration, saying that's not true, that's fine. It just means you're experiencing it. Eller tykissättet och shamakisata haesuen. Much of Freemasons' lore derives from the building of this temple. Solomon is the original intrate who received secrets directly from God and the spirits. I guess it was passed down. Or Solomon, you're right here with me, and fuck, man. Solomon is the subject of an immersed body of Islamic and Jewish folklore, most of it centering on his role as magician. Much like, they say Merlin. But Islamic and Jewish folklore. He was married to 700 women, had fuck knows how many children, legitimate and illegitimate. And then women are called the harlots and whores and sluts and cunts, and we're the dirty ones. Donald Trump, please go get checked for syphilis. One could argue that Freemasonry, as well as ceremonial magic, was inspired by Solomon. So King Solomon was spiritual, the rituals. He had access to the demons. You know, maybe we can find out what ones, huh? Cutely. See, I don't work for the system. I'm looking at the people in your system, and I'm seeing the different versions of them. Oh, do it, dance, do a little dance with me. Fuck, let's boogie, dude. You sound boy, eh? Like shit. True social. Breaking news. I have a bunion on my big toe. Carito boy. I was once told I have unclean spirits. No, everybody, you know, it's, I don't have unclean spirits. I'm up against unclean spirits. It's like, hey, amor, ano tu ko rin sinulong siya na bariya ko to puri ka tutuin siya. Like shit. I don't know if it was inside of me or if on the night of the supermoon in 2020, April 7th, 8th of 2020, that night that I got fucking zapped between the lookers and it was like I got fried because I smelled like fucking ham cooking. It was like, they have these fucking lasers, right? You just try to short, like, I was gonna say short circuit me, but I'm not a fucking computer. It's like, you know, it's like a ball of, it's like a lightning bolt. Did you get a little jealous, Zeus? Spirit, and you can say I'm fucking crazy all you want. I don't give a shit. It just means that you have no fucking idea what you're witnessing. You have no fucking idea what you're reading in your books or being taught. Disciuto e kamoshikuno, eh? Go believe in God and not everything else that comes with it, right? King Solomon is master of jinn, whatever, jinn. He commanded and compelled an army of jinns to complete his building project. He commanded and compelled. Compelled is much like a spell. So, you have the pyramids of Giza and the pyramids all over the world. So let's just say he was tapping in to the spiritual world, and was it he was resurrecting others into other people? You fucker dom. Or should, or are you called Peter? There's Peter, Solomon, Merlin, and speak and he shall arrive. Yes, I'm live. Brilliant projects including the Jerusalem temple. So he put a spell, and that's what he's doing to people now. But he's getting angry because it's no longer working. See, the thing is, if someone's blackmailing you or extorting you or what have you, what's the which is worse, being extorted your whole entire lives or stepping forward and confessing your own faults like it's taught in the churches? Because, the higher ups, those are the ones that will preach about confession, but will extort each other and blackmail one another and, put curses and spells and on each other. And people think, oh, are you talking about curses and spells and stuff like that? Well, I'll tell you right now, even if it was my own family, we've said it a number of times. It's like, well, there's a curse on our family because there was. In addition to extraordinary magical wisdom, Solomon also possessed a magical ring. By the power of Grayskull! How do you watch that? Ito ay musiki to siya na bubusikim. Ano dutudo butiki ay? Which gave him power over spirits. So, okay, power over spirits. Let's see. In university, you get your university ring, and Freemasonry, you get your university ring, or you get your ring, right? I don't see a ring. You're not getting why I'm looking to see if I have a ring, right? It's like when you watch the series Vampire Diaries, okay, and Stefan and Damien, they have to have a ring in order for them to be able to go out in the sun, okay? And then you have in the baseball, you have those like godly looking rings. Galesito poreki mashala kasete sunoto poreki. See, by controlling what you perceive to be demons, it's like if they got set free, would you not expect them to want vengeance? It's like, what was this? What was the rebirth? What was the birth? The rebirth. It's like when the gates of hell are opened up. But what is the hell? The hell is the Pandora's box. And what holds the Pandora's box? The children, the truth. So that's why I've said, like, I call spirit jumpers, I call them jumpers. They're jumping from one to the other. Didn't I say about Christ was like bringing them up from hell? To sikhi to puriki. And emotional sunuto sapahi karai amoy. Strange that wherever I move, I'm usually on a property that's shaped like a triangle or near, like I lived in a no funeral home, one that my great granddaddy was laid out in. And gr- growing up, I lived next to it, like just across the road from the cemetery, because it was the property that my grandfather and my great granddaddy donated. And now where I live where it reminds me of the Matrix all the time. I live next to a cemetery across from a church, hollow, called Hollow Ground. And then there's a Bell Mobility, which is the AI, an airport, a military base, which is the Matrix to keep everyone in line, and a store, which is part of the Matrix in the part of consuming. Do I keep going? The brass and iron seal ring is an engraved with an inalienable the name of the creator. And the dark one. Wow. Once upon a time, okay, on there, the dark one, Rumpelstiltskin. It was when Merlin found it. When Merlin first became Merlin, the magician, right? The series that had Merlin and the cup, the Holy Grail, right? Was he drinking from the Holy Grail? Okay. So he had the Holy Grail, and then he met a girl, and he was turning the Holy Grail into a sword. Okay, so that's where you get the you could say the sword of Aaron, or you could say the sword and stone. Right? So you turn the Holy Grail cup into a sword, but before that, the woman had drank from it. So, oh, it was so if that's the case, then it would have been Adam who drank first and gave it to Eve. But he didn't give it like he okay. In this, Nimue, she was holding the grail for him. And he didn't know that she drank out of it because he was the one who drank first. She drank out of it in secret. And he didn't want her getting the sword because she turned dark. She's considered the first dark one because she ripped the heart out of the one that killed her family. And he was, like I said, demon. So Merlin busted the sword into pieces. The big half of the sword went into the stone, and the other half was the end part that controlled the dark one. So it's like Solomon is using the ring as a way to control the perceived dark one, which you could like it's like yeah, I'm understanding that because it's like I said before, Adam is Eve's father because Lilith and Adam are the mother and father of Eve. It's like Santa and Mrs. Claus. I feel that it's like, yeah, It's like, shit. It's like that song in How to Break a Promise. Infinite name of the creator. And you know, on the sword, it had Rumpelstiltskin's name. This is the stuff that I actually wanted to take into in university, but I haven't. It's like something is afraid of remembering because it would mean remembering all the wrong that it did. It's like I said, Jesus did some not so nice things too, but people say, well, that's not true. He's perfect. No one and nothing, anything, no one, nothing is completely perfect. That's what keeps things authentic. System's losing control. The rings no longer work. The sword no longer works because it's broke free from it. It was like putting the sword back together, and it's wielding the sword of Aaron. In addition to clothes, personal knowledge of spirits, Solomon was also an expert folk magician. Folk magician. Okay, so he was a magician of the church and he was a magician of the dragon. So now do you realize that in order for him to keep control, he had to keep fighting with one another? It's like a warlock. In addition to clothes, personal knowledge of spirits, Solomon was also an expert in folk magician. He was a root doctor, shaman, high priest, and ceremonial magician, all rolled into one. Sounds to me like playing both sides of the coin. One causing the pain and the one saying that, I can feel it. No, you can't do shit without that one. See, true magic comes from within, and that's where the miracle. True miracles, not manipulation, control, but the actual connection to spirit itself. And that's why you're so fucking angry. This is a spirit to spirit. So, like I said, if people look at me like I'm crazy, well, you might want to know what my channel is, and you might want to know who I am. Sila kito kumushkataiso. Come on up, Sonia. Kila to, please. He told me his name, and they tried to take him once. They tried to take him once. I'd rip up the world to find him, as I would for my kids. So he was a root doctor, shaman, high priest, and a ceremonial magician all rolled into one. He spoke to spirits, he spoke to birds, he could speak to them, but he couldn't control them without his ring. With the help of Djinn, Solomon constructed a magical ritual bath, Milkveh. He cast a spell over its waters so that they healed all those who submerged themselves. Okay, so that's much like what they're saying. Jesus told them to go, like there was this bath, this water. Okay, you say that Jesus could heal the spirits, and where is that? Just sticking with that. Hold on, Lord. And let's see. Yeshua Halevi was my eighth great granddaddy. The waters also had rejuvenating effects. So that was the water that they had in what you perceive to be the Ark of the Covenant. And that's what they said they had. And the waters also are okay. Painlessly removing scars and wrinkles. This bath was destroyed along with Jerusalem temple. Okay. So who destroyed it? North American folk tradition adverse against leaving cooked food out all night as it may attract danger. Fear is that they will somehow poison the food or use it for their own purposes and then put it back seemingly untouched. A magical remedy exists. Place a small stick over the dish, saying aloud. See, what it's going to say here is another spell ritual. So they're saying, say things in the name of Solomon, and you're saying, say things in the name of Jesus. Doesn't this sound much the same story? But you'll say no because they're two different. Are they? Same story. Parallel worlds, you say the great grandson or what have you. Say Jesus is a descendant of David. Well, if Jesus is a descendant of David, then he'd be the descendant of Solomon. Excuse me, kan ni se nå, ikke det? Altså litt ikke på døgn. Vi går døgn. And it says, allegedly, his name alone is, is sufficient to word of the jinn. And hearing the nemesis, as one name is sufficient for Solomon himself. But see, the thing is, it's the same thing. You're saying say it over the name of Solomon. You're saying say it over the name of Jesus or Yahoo or like Yeshua or like shit. Solomon loved women and women loved him. So he was a womanizer, much like what you're seeing with Donald Trump, right? He had 700 wives, including Heti and Sodonia princesses, the queen of Sheba and Pharaoh's daughter. Okay, Queen of Sheba. Okay, so you look at Donald Trump's first wife, Ivanka, or Ivanka, or something like that. She would put you in the mind of someone of that caliber, that statue, that look. And then the Pharaoh's daughter, like a princess, and you look at Melania, just saying. This is unusual. Pharaohs rarely let their daughters marry for Injis and leave Egypt, or marry foreigners and leave Egypt. Many of his marriages, okay, marry foreigners. So people say that Melania was a mail order bride. Many of his marriages to foreign brides were made at the beginning of his reign as a method of establishing a strengthening alliance. He had an additional 300 concubines in his army. Solomon is unique in that he rejected his wife's religion. He allowed them to practice whatever they chose, and he sought to learn from them, sometimes worshiping alongside of them, which, hey, is open, but it's I am going to say, was it to get intel? Because all the religions are like a lot of like most religions and places are fighting with each other right now. You know, Solomon is credited with writing the mysterious Song of Songs, the testimony of the greater key of Solomon. Okay, Song of Songs. I'm gonna have to listen to that. And then Solomon's 22 spirits. Okay, so now I'm not like Solomon. I'll deal with you later. Yeah, I should start reading this stuff. Sometimes it's like there's so much that comes in. It's like, hey, hold on, Zora. Okay, I'm going to open up. And strangely, this book is heavier than this book, and this book is bigger. This one's lighter. Okay, Olympias, also known as Olympia and the Diacons, was a prominent figure in early Christianity during the 4th and 5th centuries. She was born in Constantinople around the year 360 and belonged to a noble and influential family. Olympias became a widow at young age, but instead of remarrying, she devoted herself to life as an asceticism. Can't pronounce that. Asceticism, assertion, something like that. And dedicated her resources to the church, becoming a deacon in the church where she cared for poor, ministered to the sick, and maximalized and supported the clergy. Olympias had a close relationship with John, the Archbishop of okay, so that often referred to as Oscar Romeo, was a Salvadorian Roman Catholic bishop who was assigned in 1980 while celebrating Mass in the home country. He was the outspoken advocate for the rights of the poor, which earned him the monkery, the voice of the voiceless. Okay, that's a modern day saint. Working class in El Salvador. His family struggled financially. That's Oscar. Well, I didn't know it was even the modern day saints. Can you get down roll me? Struggled financially, and his upbringing installed him a deep empathy for poor, marginalized, and greatly influenced his commitment to social justice and liberation. So this guy was a saint because he was helping the poor. So they said, and no shakarieta, kinokotopurier. Ops is the goddess of abundance and acceptance, or abundance and assistance. Her name means wealth and derives from the same source of peace. Hopes is associated with peace, plenty, and abundant harvest. She was honored and celebrated with Saturn during the Sechuloi. Hopes is invoked to extinguish harmful, dangerous fires. Saturn, corset, element earth. Because okay, here one day I was watching this one woman. She was talking about it like money is a goddess, okay, and it's worshiping the goddess. Like so, it's saying about another name is wealth and hopes. Why are you taking me here? There, Sabrina was a teen, like I'm seeing Sabrina as a teenage witch. Okay, so the harmful, dangerous fires is that the fire within the people who are waking up to the monetary system and seeing that it does wealth doesn't represent money, but peace, abundance, abundance of what we're told we don't have, but we already have access to it. Just the illusion and the spell of the monetary value. It doesn't want us to know. So we are the dangerous fire. Ah, kamutan. Nuyan! Kasi, oh, shit. Uy! It's because they are experiencing and feeling the energy in that. Yeah, yo decía, "Arísimo, tata, eso da." Puso la atención. E tutto lì. Arestito puriamo. Di tutto, scegliete arresti qui hai. So, lasciamo sta. Adesso tu dai, quello che vediamo, poi a sto punto, ah, bleh, bleh. Hold on, sorry. I'm on my chair. What are you on? I took I woke up like I feel energy and I like for so I like I meditate, but I take CBD sometimes. So and that doesn't go to your head. But I tap in with I get connected with spirit and a lot of this it's like people will say like yeah, how ridiculous you look or what have you. It's like seriously, you want to ask that question when I'm looking at two fucking cameras right now? Yes, so it's like, oh, yeah, yeah. Bring it up. On the divorce. Okay, John the Dwarf. Him. St. John the Dwarf, also known as John Clubus or John the Short, is recognized as one of the Coptic Desert Fathers, a group of early Christian monks who sought solitude and spiritual enlightenment in the deserts of Egypt. He was born in the middle of the 4th century in Thebes, Egypt. For a young age, he deserved to dedicate his life to God. He joined a community of monks in Egypt desert and became a disciple of Abba Holman and beloved desert father. He was known for his small stature, which earned him the nickname the dwarf or Colubus in Greek, as well as for his extreme asceticism and humility. He practiced righteous self-discipline, often going to get great lengths to mortifying modify his flesh and overseeing his own weaknesses. So he numbed himself to pain by beating the shit out of himself. I know that like you see the shows where that's what they're actually doing with the people, like they're frigging hitting them. I'm trying to wrap my head around that. Like right now, there's a lot of spirits around me. Because holy shit, it's hot. Kurisita brista kamursta kiesarata seturute. Sur shavrakara secreto tu kuriti. Esu como é a polícia? Corta. John's detachment from worldly possessions were evident in his way of life. Okay, so numbing yourself to your humanity, right? Because like when you understand it, you can have things, but not attach yourself to them and think that the more you have, the better your life would be. It's like having family and being connected to them. It's like that's what probably got everybody into that mess because they say that the Greys, they have no empathy. So I like they said the divorce, the dwarfs, small people, right? Is that relatively the part where they're explaining the Greys because the Greys say that they are our future? I'm asking because that's what it sounds much like because the Greys are said to be like 3 to 4, 5 feet tall, most. They are numbed to feeling, and now they're regretting. And that's where you say you're getting like the manipulation because they're a dying species. I'm going to ask, like, what did Asia and China and all those places do with regards to children? And they say that they're very old civilization. I'm questioning it. I'm allowed too because like really like seeing this stuff and actually looking at the world and putting between because the Greys, well, they don't eat, they don't really sleep, nothing. They're numb. And that's why when people say that they've been abducted by Greys, it's like they're rough, they're on feeling. I really don't understand. And you know, it's what you do, what have you, but I really don't understand how that makes sense. Knew someone who told me that they used to punch themselves in the face. Is that the part of that ancestry line? Because it was Asian that originally had North America like 13 to 15,000 years ago. So it's like I went down a rabbit hole one day. I was driving in the car and I forget what question it was that I asked. And it was about like after North America or what have you, and it said that they migrated from Asia. So, how can anybody say that they own one land or the other? Because every human, it was a constant migration. So, with evident in his way of life, he possessed only a few simple tools and garments, and would perform minimal tasks such as wavering, weaving mats to support himself and his fellow monks. I've had people like see people where they say like, a monk like doesn't seem too happy a lot of the time. But I thought that that's what meditation was supposed to bring you to, because that discipline thing is like, they say your strength. They believe that that would be strength, but it's it's not strength, because true strength comes from both the physical and the spirit, which is the combination bringing together the love. But people say love is dangerous and love keeps you from your ultimate power. Does it? Because I know that people look and like you hear me on my videos and you say, well, you don't have love for people. I'm looking like a fucking fool on social media and wherever else because of the love that I have for people. It's like somebody just said, did you sell your soul to the devil? No, I surrender to God and the devil. Some didn't like that when I said I surrender to God and the devil because the mother and the father. But just because you surrender to them doesn't mean that you agree, because you're in the middle, you're the medium, you're the one that brings mother, father back to its own oneness. Some people don't get that. That's fine. Okay, maybe I didn't word it right because I could feel that. The devil is the father, and the God goddess is the mother, the Holy Spirit. The male produces, let's say, okay, the water because the sperm. But it is the mother that creates it within to birth it out. Giesato porie, como shai. And I can hear you laughing just because of what I just did with my hands. and nonchalant. But see, it's like trying to think of what type of flower. It's not a tulip because if you look at it this way, which somebody say female vagina, because that's considered a flower. He was known for his small stature. Each earned him the nickname the dwarf. Oh, sorry, own weak, overcomes own weakness, detached from worldly expressions to the sick and what the my fellow monks. He was also known for his gentleness, patience, and ability to offer wise counsel and guidance to those who sought it. I understand the part of overcoming. Spirit has me sitting with this. See, someone who has gone through a lot in life, right? They did it, he did it the way of like beating on himself. Right? The long way is going through life, experiencing things until you are able to let it go. And when I say let it go, I mean like release it. Every time you come to a realization of a limitation, of something that causes pain, and you work through it, you have to, then what ends up happening is you release it. We'll use the word release, not let go, because it's the same as somebody saying, no, just get over it, let it go. But you release it, you've overcome it. Teaching gently influences the Moses tradition in Egypt and beyond. His example of self denial, humility, and devotion to God inspired many other monks to follow of the Christian faith. He is variant as a saint in the cryptic Orthodox Church. Self denial. Okay. That's why I say my channel's not for really people under the age of 18. Self denial, are they referring to the celibacy? Okay. Okay. Well, we didn't like We didn't come here to be selfish, but we didn't come here to be enslaved to the point where it's always everyone else comes first. It's like learning selfish selflessness, finding like, okay, oh my God. What is that monk's name? We see right now. Oh, quieto todavía estuve. There you go. Who is the monk that is always in the spotlight? Tenzin? Okay. How much does high-ranking monks receive? There was one that they said that it was wealthy. Okay. So in Thailand, can receive an allowance of around 27,400 to 34,200. The Tibetan per month, approximately 750 to $930 US. See, I have to like I don't see what's wrong with having things. Okay. And why I'm saying I don't like see what's wrong with having things, but it's how are you getting them? And do you worship it? Do you worship your belongings? Is it just gimme, 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 gimme? And you don't know what it's like to have nothing. It's the appreciation of it. Some people don't want to have anything because to them it feels like there's no loose ends, there's no baggage, there's no attachment, so there's no emotion. But like I said, it doesn't mean it makes you powerful. The love that I have, because I want to bring different things. I want to be able to just touch someone and say, hey, it's how you heal. It's like what breaks when you perceive the seven deadly sins is because it's not balanced. Anybody who thinks that somebody should be poor, it's somebody who wants to look better than a poor person and thinks they're better than everyone else. Maybe all the people should go underground and let the rich people eat each other. That's what some people would figure because you hear people like they're saying about going to be rich. You know, why not just take them to task and say, hey, you work for us, so you're all fucking fired. I seen a thing of Joe Rogan, whether it was his voice or AI, it's like he said on there, what would the rich do if we just left it to it? Because he's right. You are the builders, and they are the sullen who compelled you to do it. Wakey, wakey, the alarm's going off. We're told we have to live poor. And we're sinners. Sin, where'd you go, girl? Sin. Sin, the illuminator, Lord of wisdom, also known as Nana, originating Mesopotamia. Sin is in bueno or deadly. Does not derive from the Lord deity Sin's name, but Mount Sinai does. Sin is his Academician systematic name. His Sumerian name is Nana. Sin is the Sumerian spirit of the moon and the father of Anashtar. He was a major deity whose cult was long lasting, the mother of the last king of Babylonia. Oh, served as his priestess. And that was in 556 to 539 BCE. It's strange how they put the numbers. It's like the time goes backwards. The age goes backwards because you see some things. It's saying that they were born in 556 and died in 539. So Is the calendar moving forward as we perceive it? And like the lunar calendar goes forward, but they do the calendar backwards. It's like moving backwards through time. It's like dyslexia. You read things backwards. Okay. So does time go backwards? Was there a clock that said, okay, and then in, you say, in 2000 years ago, Christ, okay? So what was the year before that? Zero? Seriously, why would it go back to zero? Humans haven't only been here 2025 years. So why would it go back to zero? Sin was chief deity of the city of Ur, birthplace of the preacher of Abraham, preacher Abraham, during the era when Ur was in political abundance or ascendance. Sin was considered head of Mesopotamia, spiritual authority. His other primary cult center was his biblical city of Haran, where Abraham settled with his clan after leaving Europe. It is theorized that ancient Hebrew tribes carried devotion to sin with them from Mesopotamia to the Sinai desert. Okay, did anybody get it yet? So sin was a man. You say the father. So the father was a sin. Favored people, astrologers, ethnography. He was envisioned as an old man with a long, flowering lips, glorious beard. Yeah, yeah, I know who that was now. Sin didn't like me. Tribute, a tripod, possibly for incense or for divination purposes. Emerald crescent moon, and the creature, the bull. That's in astrology. Mineral Lewis, scared sight, Mount Sinai, literally the mountain of moon, and the Sinai desert. Number 30, butter, honey, wine. Nia Ishtar. That's what it says. Okay, so let's look back for a minute. Okay, so Merlin was the first to drink from the Holy Grail, which would represent the apple from the tree, what have you. And then Eve, the daughter, she later, but it had Merlin as the wife, okay? Like he loved her. and she drank from the Holy Grail. So it was Merlin first, and then her. So Adam with the apple, and then Eve. And what brought that about? So Nimue knew that Merlin drank from the Holy Grail and wanted mortality. Immortality. She wanted immortality. Merlin didn't know that that's what it did when he drank from the cup. So it was that part of one seen the other and followed suit. But it wasn't the woman, it was the man first. She, it was that take, she took, like, she took the life of the one that killed her family, right? So was it Cain or was it Eve who took the life of Abel because Abel hurt her? I feel that sitting here right now because they were a mystical family. I mean, if she drank it, if she drank from the cup, then she would have the gift to bring about an illusion, much like shapeshifting. Because I heard somebody say, like, Lilith was kicked out. Was Lilith kicked out? Because I think Eve was actually Lucifer, or maybe even the offspring of Lucifer. Yeah, this is really like the spirits are trying to figure out what actually went down, and that's why you're seeing this now, and people don't like it. I'm talking through it. And if you don't like it, you don't have to be here. You don't have to agree with it. But I don't have to take what is said out there as it being the all that is and the gospel of it. Ici, tutto puriendo, Torisia. Ieto purishiramen ukri. Okay, Thomas Bucket, medieval Christian history, born in London in 1119. He would become archbishop, serving as a key spiritual and public figure in the 20th century England. Thomas' early life was marked in religious. I'm just trying to see here. Thomas and King Henry II first became acquainted during their early years, likely raising Thomas. known for his intelligence, Strauss brought the attention who recognized the potential and appointed as chancellor, served as the most trusted initiates human friendship, Thomas and Henry philosophy time together, shared close bond, often engaging in leisure activities together and enjoying each other's company. His friendship with Henry granted him access to wealth, power, and influence. They're trying to get me to give me a question because I said timelines. One who seeks will find it in children from 7 years, for they're hidden in the 14th age. I am revealed. If you ate dead things and made them living, what will you do if you eat living things? I opened up to Thomas. The Gospel of Thomas, the Greek fragments. One who seeks will find me in children from 7 years, for there hidden in the 14th age I am revealed. So does that represent a child of the seventh generation bringing forth at the age of 14 that I am? Is there my and then below that, like that's it's weird because it's number four. It goes 39, then it goes to four, and then it goes to I don't know if it's 11. And then it says in the next one down, if you ate dead things and made them living, what will you do if you eat living things? So if you eat, they're trying, it's like getting me to figure out what this means. Is that what the upper one meant? If you ate dead things and made them living. Feel that. If you ate dead things, then what would you do if you So does if you ate dead things and made them living, the parasites that enter your body by eating dead things? Ugh! What will you do if you eat living things? Living things meaning the fruits of the earth. The eating of the dead, the spirit of the deceased. Oh! Ese como ese glebota yasana. Ahedo dobre gre asada da sinotara da prisito puriam. Era turisi kira sharakari tota. Okay, thank you. I was because I was and it was like, don't overthink it. Just sit with me. That's what I heard. Just sit with me. Wow. It's like ale vesicole moșului nu corisia. Suda que gola khata. Somebody like this here is okay, spirits. Hey, Heo Jigo Jun. May have not pronounced that right. Royal Uncle Keo Keo Oji. Gesomota and Kahana Tisara Origin China is the most recent addition to the party of spirits known as the Eight Immortals. There are strikingly different variations of how he came to attain this role. Before Sieno Hino Juni was an immoral mortal, he was a powerful and very well connected pointeur. His father was a prominent military commander. His sister married one emperor and was the mother of another. He was the uncle of Song Destiny Empire. In one version, he just wasn't suited for court life or as an honest man. He disapproved of the corruption he witnessed. He abandoned court for a quiet and meditative existence devoted to learning. Okay, so which one was it that, because these are different timelines. I know I'm pretty sure of that. So who was the one that was the tax guy and he left? Because I heard Matthew. Another version suggests he left court because his younger brother was a libertine and murderer. In shame and sadness, an extremely ethical man, the opposite of his brother, resigned as imperial post, and an emperor embarked on a life as a holy man. His brother murdered a man in order to possess his wife, ordered a woman arrested and executed as to eliminate any witness who could sully their family name, sully their family name. Rescued by celestial being, the woman petitioned to justice and damages. He had her arrested and sentenced to death. Again, she was miraculously rescued. This time, she was allowed to plead her case with the court. Are they talking, like, I'm wondering if they're talking about Peter and Mary Magdalene. And when they perceived Christ being in court, was it actually Mary Magdalene? And in order to elevate the man as dominance, they switched the narrative. Right. Okay. Quisiera tu kimoy. Excuse me. You know, I wonder, okay, because, sit with this for a minute, okay? If you're in a relationship and you're living with the person for, what is it, 3, 6 months, a year, or what have you, the government classes you as common law. How can they do that? Like, legally speaking, how can you class somebody as common law? They're not married under the paper just because they're living with one another. Okay. See, I know where they charge you for marriage license. Some churches, in order to get married, you have to go take some kind of course. Okay, so that's the government and that's the church. So they're saying we are the ones who say whether or not you can get married. So tell me, what if everyone just told them, hey, marriage is a sacred vow between yourself, your person, and God. And it's not a contract, but they make it a contract. So what would they do if everyone told them, and just had a marriage ceremony between you and God without the middleman. Really? You think a marriage has to have a signature? No, that comes with ownership. You sign a contract to own a house. You sign a contract to obtain a car. Is the man or the woman a car? Are they a house? You don't have to have signatures on paper to have a sacred marriage. That's a sacred marriage. The other way, that's a contracted marriage because, if that marriage don't work, then, you got to fork out more money for lawyers and it's just fighting instead of saying, hey, let's just go separate ways. They can't give you permission, but a pastor can say what, like if it doesn't work out, they can say whether or not they're married, they want to marry you. But see, immigration won't allow people to marry unless they know that they're in love. But yet, a marriage certificate, anyways, is a contract. But you say, well, we don't want people bringing other people in from other countries. No, you just want to bring them in the back door so you can use them as fucking slaves and tell everybody else that, go shove it. We're not doing that. You're fucking right. They're doing marriage is another form of like uh, 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 marriage certificates are another form of slavery. But the true marriage between a person and person, in the eyes of God, does not need a signature on a piece of paper. Bill collectors do. And I say bill collectors because, your government is still a form of a bill collector. You got to pay taxes every time you buy something. You got to pay taxes every time. And people say, oh, well, they do things with it. What are they doing with it, really? What are they doing with it that is actually benefiting the people? You're getting cuts to education and they're putting into research for like fungus on the toenail. People already know how to get rid of fungus on a toenail. You don't need to like it's like shit. But housing, food, heat, the basic needs, health, marriage certificate is just control. God never told you that you needed a certificate or a signature to be married. An unlawful system did. So, you know, if I ever were to marry again, it wouldn't be on a fucking piece of paper. It would be between me and my person and not a matrix god. Isakunate, the heart. When I got married, I was late for my own wedding. And when I got there, I looked and I knew I wasn't doing it for the right reasons. I loved the person, but I didn't want to get married that way. I got married to bring my son home, so that was a contract. We were going to get an old year later, but by the time I got my son back, it was too late. But when my dad was walking me up, he was walking in front of me because I was pulling back. So he was dragging me to the aisle. He was dragging me. He was pulling me along. Like, no, no, no. So, that wasn't a marriage. That was a contract. And when we got divorced in 2012, it was final in 2012. But see, some will say, like they don't believe in divorce, so they figure you're still married to them. But see, the thing is, if that was the case, then I guess I would really no longer be married to them because I died in 2019. So whether it was that form of contract either way, in 2019, that contract became null and void. Like, why is this like, what is he more? No creía que yo como esto porque it's like, yeah, I feel like you're trying to, like, right back, uh, right back to there. It's like you feel like you're gonna take my tongue, booty sequel, and my oh shit. I'm glad I didn't stick my finger back in my mouth after that. I had cat hair all over me. Thank you. You know, it's Gaia, as in geology and geography. Instead of looking up to the sky for the creator, look underfoot. Gaia is earth, and Gaia is the goddess. In the beginning, before anything existed, there was chaos. The void. I was in the void, and it was dark and it was calm. The earth emerged from chaos and formed a sea, Plutus, and the sky, Uranus, from her own body. So the earth birthed the heavens and the water from her own body. Thus begins an ancient Greek creation saga. It is the point from which voluntarily every general Greek mythology book brings. Now, in Greece, the name is Gaia. Okay. In Buddhist, there's Terra 1, Terra 2, Terra 3, Terra 4, or Terra Black. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 Terras. And in some culture, they call Terra the Earth Mother, Mother Earth. So Gaia and Terra are, it's like they say, okay, is some say that chaos is a female. Okay, so if chaos is a female and Gaia is birthed from that female, so Gaia would be birthed from Terra because Terra was the Mother Earth to Gaia. There was an Earth Terra, and it imploded in on us, protecting Gaia. In the beginning, before anything existed, there was chaos, the void. Gaia, the earth, emerged from chaos and formed. Okay. Oh, sorry. Herod's vision of creation skips right over the part of chaos and enters with Gaia. Gaia is praised in the hermit hymns to Greek Gi as the oldest of divinities. Gaia and Uranus became lovers and generated more beings, the Titans and the Cyclops, for instance. But there were also the Olympians. Following their separation, Gaia beget more children of Protus. Gaia is literally the earth. You can stand on her, but she is an active goddess with a personality too. She is not a goddess of agriculture. That's the term Demeter. Instead, she is the spirit of the wild, sacred earth containing untold treasures and potential. Untold treasures, okay? Meaning, like, you're digging into her. Gaia is devoted to all her children, accepting them as they are, unlike the many fathers Uranus, Kronos, Zeus. And you know, each one of them tried to get rid of Gaia, tried to destroy her, to be superior over her. Uranus was the narcissistic controlling freak. Cronus was the cannibal. And Zeus, I think Zeus was ashamed of his own sexuality. And that's why I said, when I said about the light hitting me, was it the lightning bolt from Zeus? Because he would have been the grandson. Uh, Unlike the many fathers of Greek mythology who prey upon their heirs and seek to suppress them. See, there's it's like when I look at my like when I look at myself. Okay, if you take yourself and you put yourself in those shoes and you look at your own your own surroundings, your own life, or what have you, you be able to understand because you have the three. Okay, it'd be like the father, the son, and the grandson, and all of which ganged up on Gaia and pulled some other people into ganging up on Gaia too. Gaia battles with gods on behalf of her children. See, I know that Gaia is one of the most significant ones, but she has many names. And she's embodying all the parts of her. So if she is the beginning, then every one of her descendants becomes embodied into her, which makes her the Holy Spirit. I can feel people laughing because of the way I'm explaining things. It's like, seriously? Then I guess you should stay at no, I was going to say, then I guess you should stay out of the churches because the churches teach it a different way. Biblical times and ancient times, they were not bedtime stories for children. But right from the time that you started teaching children about in the beginning of Adam and Eve, and you demonized Eve for eating the apple, what are you teaching your little girls and your little boys? You're teaching the boys to be dominant to the girl and dislike the girl because, oh, we're sinners because of you. No, you live under sin because of your own ignorance, because you won't wake up to it. This mythic Gaia is based on the cosmologies of Greek and southern Italy, regions highly prone to earthquakes when Earth is experiencing as an active living presence. She is not static or motionless, but very much alive. Earthquakes may be perceived as expressions of the divine anger, but they also physically resemble birthing contractions. I lived with okay, this person in, okay, earthquake, okay. Gaia is an ever present spirit of justice. She is never absent. Greek citizens swore public oaths to her. Okay, so the Greeks worshipped the feminine, the mother. They perceive to be the creator because you grow within inside the mother. You create. You get created within the mother. Dedicated to her, they built near deep shrines believed to be the most accessible. So, which one were considered the Titans and which ones were the Olympians? Okay, so if I look at it this way, okay, Donald Trump, we'll use him, okay, because you can get your nose a joint. We're going to use Donald Trump because he perceives himself as king, okay, and he does things a lot like the Romans did, and he sees himself to be all that. Maybe he's fucking Zeus because Zeus was much like that. It's like Zeus was depicted much like a man horror, as you would say, but he had no respect for women. And I believe that he was more into men. And that would be the depiction of the picture when you have, it was more like tried to be gruff, but was very feminine. So when you had the depiction, and it had in one side it had the man who was above all and naked, and then you had the other man down here below naked, and they were touching fingers. That's a form of intimacy, right? And Zeus was an Olympian, and he hated the Titans. And that's a lot of like when you're getting with Donald Trump, he will attack what's different. It's like the Olympians were, oh, look at me, and Titans were misfits. It's like they, because of their differences, the Olympians wanted to kill them. It's like mocking someone with a disability. I know I was in elementary school. There was this guy there named Jamie, and he was had a mental retardation, excuse the term, but like he was very mentally challenged and he couldn't speak well. Like he couldn't really speak. And he had a deformity on his face. He had a cleft lip and and what have you. And there was kids that used to pick on him, and I would walk him home. And then one day I ended up chasing some boys off. I ended up leaving their book bags behind because, they hopped on their bikes as fast as they could and took off. It's like when you even see in the wild, if it seems weaker, that's when they attack it. If they can't like if they can't attack it physically, they will attack it mentally or emotionally through shunning. It's like sometimes I look in the mirror and I don't recognize myself. Sometimes I shoot my appearance down, and sometimes there's like it's like the conflict between both sides of myself. The one where it's this low self-esteem, and then it's like the Olympian, like, but what you see outside is not necessarily what's on the inside. Looking at someone different, does it give you that like feeling within you of, for some people it does. It's like a certain look will freak you out. Like for me, I don't know why, but someone with a lot of tattoos, I get freaked out by. And I'm being honest about that. It's because what's happening is you're judging the exterior appearance because that's the first thing it sees. And that in what you're seeing now, that's the first thing that they want you to see. They want you to see the difference. They don't want you to see what's most important. Okay. I just opened up the book of Thomas. Jesus said, from Adam to John the baptizer, among those born of women, there is no one greater than John the baptizer. so that his eyes should not be averted. But I have said that whoever among you becomes a child will know the kingdom and will become greater than John. Okay. Do you know? Okay, if you look the way they depict John the Baptist as being right out to lunch, right? Okay, and the way they depict Mary, much like you say the seven demons right out to lunch, right? And they say that Jesus and John were cousins. Now, I said before that Mary Magdalene is the mother of Jesus, and Mary Magdalene is the daughter of Mother Mary. And when I look at John the Baptist and Mary Magdalene were the real parents of Jesus. I oh my. Among those born of women, there is no one greater than John the Baptist, the Father, so that I should not be averted. So the Father, so John was the Father, Jesus was the Son, Mary Magdalene was the mother, and when Jesus said, "You are greater than I, you're greater than me." See, Jesus spoke in both his own language and the language of the Father and the mother. And that's why the Father came through and said, "You are greater than you are, I am, you are greater than I." Because that was the Father saying that together you can do much more than the one. because Jesus said from Adam to John the Baptizer, and Adam was the father, so Adam and John was the father. And Adam gave birth, or Adam was with. Oh, yes, sir. I've seen a lot of different like cats in the yard lately. What did that cat signify? The traveler. Oh! Oh! Ay, amoy. So the Christopher. Jesus was the traveler. Saint Christopher. Ay, señora, no puedo, No. It's like, shock, man. Durísimo, eh. It's like I just felt that, and it was like, shoo. Excuse me. Alone and chosen, the same combination of these two terms used to describe those who entered the kingdom is to be found in dialogue of the Savior 1 to 2, alone or solidarity. See saying 16:4 and a note on alone. For you have come from it, the end of the with the beginning. See saying, hmm, okay. If they say to you, this saying is one of the most mythological sayings in the Gospel of Thomas. Much of what the fudge? Oh, okay. So we're, oh, okay. How come I went back here? Holy shit, man. Qu'est-ce que tu es? Okay, this is saying to refer to different, okay, meanings of the words. Okay, so we'll go so far back. Jesus said, I shall choose you from one of the thousand and two from 10,000, and they will stand as a single one. Jesus said, I shall choose you one from 1,000 and two from 10,000, so three, and they will stand as a single one. Oh, yes, that's the Trinity. Because, like, when I first, so listen, I shall choose you one from 1,000 So 1 from 1,000 people, 1 from 1,000, and 2 from 10,000, and that's 3 because it's saying 1 and 2. So it's taking from 1,000, it's taking from 10,000, so you get 3, and they will stand as a single one. It's the Mother, the Father, the Child, the Trinity, the Holy Ghost. You know, I could, um, like, I feel like I could keep going with this. Ho-Hishnin, Ko, Ho, the fairy lady, Kisha, Ko, one of the 8 immortals. Oh, oh, because I read somewhere else about the immortal. What one was it? Just sit with it for a second. Aurora. Aurora was wrong. At one point, when I was going into the city, like city, I could hear a spirit saying, "Aurora's home. Aurora's home." Which Aurora would be another Boeing. Yeah, I read the other one of the 8 immortals. So this is 2. Okay, so what's the chances of 2 of 8 of the mortals I just was a 7th century CE shopkeeper's daughter from Hana. She was born with 6 golden hairs, marking her as a unique and blessed child. When she was a little girl, she met what is described as a ascetic who gave her a magical peach. She ate it and was never hungry again, nor did she require food. Furthermore, she developed clairvoyant powers and was able to reveal people's fortunes. And shrine was built for her, and the Horishkanakoa was worshipped as a living goddess. She was also about 14 years old. Fairy appeared in her dream and showed her how to eat cloud mother powder. The energy made of moonbeams and powdered mother of pearl, a diet alleged to produce immortality. At 14, there's that 14 again. The dream was so vivid that her wish followed the fairies' direction. She discovered that she could fly. She wandered the hills alone, flying up into the mountains to gather fruits, mushrooms, and other treats for her parents. Okay, so how many of you have like had dreams and it felt so real in your dreams you were flying? Okay, that was that part of her spirit. Once she got lost in the woods where she was threatened by a demon, Lungtumpin arrived with his magical sword to rescue her. Her parents fathered her wandering ways as and strange behavior. A marriage was arranged for her, but on her wedding night, only a palm and her shoes could be found. She disappeared. Eventually, a tourist monk came to her parents' house requesting her shoes. Monastery, she stopped eating entirely and spoke so profoundly no one could understand her. News of this strange young adept traveler traveled to the royal court. The summons to the court of Empress. She began to journey with the palace guards sent to escort her to ensure her arrival. She disappeared en route, vanishing from the middle of the road right before their eyes. She reemerged once on the eight immortals. She reemerged as one of the eight immortals and was periodically been encountered in different times and places, sometimes in company with the goddess Magu, is invoked to assist with domestic issues. She is a return of those who sometimes long to disappear. Lotus, fly whisk, basket filled with herbs and wild fruits, large bamboo vase containing peaches and mushrooms of immortality. Mushrooms of immortality. Are they signifying what would be classed as what we class as magic mushrooms today? It's like, yes, you got a question? Ahora cito por aquí no? Ganamos todo eso. See, this is like, I'll read it. Mama Mama, which comes from the Aramaic, meaning riches or poverty, is a demon associated with wealth and materialism. He first appears in the New Testament in the Gospel of Matthew when Jesus says, no one can serve two masters. Either you will hate the one and love the other, or you will be devoted to the one and despise the other. You cannot serve both God and Mammon. In this context, Jesus may be referring to Mammon as a minor god or a personification of wealth and greed. Okay, I get that. So you can't, you when they say that, okay. Okay. let's, okay, wealth and greed. Okay. Not all wealth brings greed. It's like, I'm getting that. It's like it's saying, like, it's greed. Greed comes from lack of empathy for others' needs. It's that hoarding so no one else can get it. Okay, let's take for instance when COVID started in 2020 and they did the shutdowns. What ended up happening? There were people going into the stores and people were fighting over fucking shit paper. Go wipe your ass with a fucking newspaper if you run out and leave some to someone else. That's the greed. And does people see how foolish that greed was? How many of you have a fucking face cloth at home? Wipe your ass with it. At least you can recycle it and reuse it. Because all you have to do is rinse it out. Oh, you might, I wash my face with those things. So please tell me you don't wipe you don't clean your ass when you have a shower. Seriously, that's what true greed looks like. When you go in and you hoard shit paper because you're worried that you're not going to have something to wipe your ass with. You know, when I ran out of toilet paper in COVID, I would like it was having the shit so much, the diarrhea so much because of what was happening that, you know, I just said, fuck the toilet paper. I used a fucking face cloth and washed it out afterwards. At least then you were really getting your ass clean and you didn't have to worry about Wilmots or Begos. You know, the leftover toilet paper that gets stuck to your ass. And don't say it doesn't happen to you because, you know, it probably happened to you at least once, but you'll say, oh no, I'm like, no. Bullshit. No, but that's not a very good topic for a lady to be talking about. No one said I was in my feminine right now, did they? Oh my geez. Right after I said that, I happened to look at the page beforehand because I didn't see that earlier. When I looked over there and it didn't dawn on me. And right after I said, I'm not in my, I never said I was in my feminine, am I? And I looked over and it was Lucifer. Lucifer is a demon of light. His name originates from the Latin words lux, light, and free, to bring, which translates to light bringer or morning star. Historically, the term referred to Venus, a planet of striking brightness to the night sky. And you perceive, well, Venus is a feminine. So if Lucifer is the Venus, then is Lucifer not the female? Oh, yeah, really. Siguro, sige mo to piaceretta torissimo, eh? Referred to Venus, a planet of striking brightness in the night sky. Different Bible translators employed the word Lucifer not only for Venus, but also for the morning light, the zirconia sign, and the dawn. Okay. So they're demonizing the femininity, they're demonizing fertility. So is that why people are coming on here and they're saying about they're building fucking robots to carry babies in some kind of growing them in a fucking incubator? The king of Babylon was methodically referred to as Lucifer in Isaiah 14:12-15, highlighting his performance during his reign. The sun is the male and Venus is the female. People say the moon will. I believe the moon is more of a ship. How you are fallen from heaven, O morning star. This is what it says, son of dawn. How you are cut down to the ground, you who laid in the nations low. The high priest Simon, which wasn't Simon Peter, of course he's going to demonize. Who else did he? Who else did he talk shit about? Mary Magdalene, right? Son of Onosis in Sritra 56:7, was referred to as Lucifer due to his outstanding virtue. Moreover, the term Lucifer was applied to represent heaven's gardener and even to represent Jesus Christ as an indication of the true illumination of our spiritual experience. See, a lot of will, because think of this way, I said a bit ago that they're like when you said about like Christ on the cross, okay? The Quran said that Jesus didn't die on the cross. And in the Quran it said that it used someone who looked like Christ. So what type of spell did they use and actually made Mary Magdalene look like Christ, Jesus, and Jesus to look like Mary Magdalene? Don't have to believe me. Like I said, do you ever watch the movie Freaky Friday? The switch of consciousness. Because I said that, when they did the crucifixion, and it showed in many things that they stabbed Jesus in the side to drink the blood of the lamb, and it come out as water and blood. They tried to kill the baby that was inside of Mary Magdalene, the blood of the lamb. Biblical scholar Anthony Maz associates the name of Lucifer with the interpretation of the Hebrew noun hiel, which means in some dialects to eliminate. It is believed that when writing the Latin translation of the Bible, St. Jerome drew on these origins and associated Lucifer with a chief angel who illuminates over his lost radiance, which was once as bright as a morning star. This interpretation is critical to the Christian narrative, where Lucifer is not seen as the devil's real name, but instead signifies the angel's limitable fallen state. The context of okay, the contents of Isaiah 14:12, which exclaims, "How you are fallen from heaven, O morning star, son of dawn." When you see two suns, as people have said, they've seen two suns. Is that the sun and Venus? King of Babylon's arrogance. Yet was translated like St. Jerome, the name began to represent once in flesh angel or plummet from grace. See, it showed on Chosen where there's a soldier that went in at Mary Magdalene. But see, they said that she had demons and she attacked him. Why did she attack him? Because he raped her. That was the same as Eve, you know, the switch of Cain. Early Christian theologians expanded on this, visualizing the story of Lucifer as the leader of the angelic rebellion. So please tell me exactly, what are they rebelling? What? Because you say God, right? Does the world need like things in there to say like, about like murder and justice for murder and stuff like that? Yes. Of what is like, okay. So rebellion. Are they referring to the dogmatic system that Lucifer was rebelling against, where it was the control, like what you're seeing now? But that got demonized because God forbid you stand up to the system. It's like you see the system as a father, and the first pope, what the pope goes on the father. No, you're not the fucking father. Like, did John and Peter know each other? These are the spirit, like spirits are questioning. It's putting those pieces together, but people say, oh, you're just saying that. Am I really? I'm actually questioning it, because there's been so much stuff that I've seen, witnessed, observed, and heard and went through, that the system just cannot fucking explain, but they'll try to explain it with mental health. Oh, it's a psychosis. It's a schizophrenia. No, it's called spirit. This is what we're talking about today. I got the book Spirits, Gods, Fairies, Demons, and someone's like something or someone's trying to shut me down. So, gorete. Jesus wasn't rebelling against the people. Lucifer wasn't rebelling against the people. It was control. Because God forbid you have a difference of opinion or see something from a different perspective that's not part of the fucking narrative that they want to tote to you. Want to live in that narrative? Well, you live in that narrative, but you don't expect other people. That's like saying that, like, we're all creators. You create things every fucking day, every second of the day. You are creating, but you're told there's one creator. There is one that created, but you create it with it. But sometimes that one creator wants to take all the credit for it, right? Do you think maybe that was what caused the rebellion? Maybe there was a child created that the God didn't agree with. It's not in the norm. Here's your norm. It's like with my family, I feel like I don't belong in my family, and I feel like my family is not my family because I feel different from them. It's like I feel like my family is supposed to be like me, or they're like me. It's like when you look at John and Mary Magdalene, discípulo trece, when I first started going through this, I was looking at this thing like a little kid, laughing, singing, and dancing like a little kid, saying, Gaba, Gaba, Carecita, Gaba, muere. Purísimo. Oh my gosh, I was going to run. Okay, tell me to go to King James. Makote. Jeremiah 17. Therefore you shall say these words to them. Let my eyes flow with tears night and day, and lead them not cease, for the virgin daughter of my people has been broken with a mighty stroke, with a very severe blow. If I go out to the field, then behold, those slain with the sword. And if I enter the city, then behold, those sick from famine. Yes, both poet and priest go about in a land they do not know. Therefore you shall okay the tears night and day, and let them not cease. For the virgin daughter of my people has been broken. Has been broken. I hear her laughing right now. Okay. The virgin daughter. I'm not a virgin, but I haven't been intimate in 3 years, 10 months. So, hey, I'm proud of that. Why did you bring me here? Have you utterly rejected Judah? Has your soul loathered Zion? Why have you shaken us so that there is no healing for us? We looked for peace, but there was no good, and for the time of healing, and there was trouble. So is that referring to they broke the daughter, so now it's like, how about we heal the fucking people? It's like you're using that laugh. Is that the awkward laugh you have? Apparently, I got that. So we're gonna go, okay? We're gonna go to the Mormon book now. And when they had all testified to the things which they had seen, and he had learned of the faithfulness of Ammah in preserving his flocks, and also of his great power in contending against those who sought to slay him, he was astonished exceedingly and said, surely this is more than a man. Behold, is not this the great spirit who doth sent such great punishment upon this people because of their murders? You know, when I read this, I'm like, Well, I can comprehend a lot of things. See, the stuff that they have, I would love to the stuff that they perceive that, they got all the information to do the biblical things. So, hey, why don't the Vatican let me see? Because they don't have to read the stuff. Because it's not so much the books, because the books don't make a whole lot of sense. It's about being with the spirit itself. Because when spirit reads something, it's like what kind of interpretation is this? And that's what it feels. Nothing that Jesus and Mary Magdalene taught or brought forward had anything to do with killing. See, people would use putting words in others' mouths to make it appear like it was them who said it. Because it was like if the person don't hear it for themselves, a lot of time they'll believe whatever anybody tells them. And I can feel that. And you don't like me, and that's just fine. It may not be that you don't like me, you just don't like what I'm questioning or bringing forward. You have your religion, but I'm here to let you know no religion is more right than the other because it's the experiences that we went through, but some have been manipulated and said, "Oh no, we'll take this because it sounds a lot better. It fits a lot better." It's like when somebody tells you something, and then down the road somebody comes back to you and says about this or what have you, and you're looking at them like they got a fucking 100 heads because what was seen or told was all discombobulated and things added to it or taken away to fit the narrative of what makes it more exciting or believable for somebody else. Diretto Corea. Let's go marry Magdalene. Well, okay, this isn't. In response, Rabbi Jesus rejected with his trademark rage. Disregarded for logic. He maintained that his exorcism, like those of the Pharisees who opposed him, were beneficial. He emphasized that his exorcisms were unique and that they signaled the approaching of God's kingdom, which would overthrow Satan's dominion. Same as this. I know they have the Lost Gospel of Mary, and there's shit piles of them. See, they took out the stuff that would incriminate them. The exorcism, okay? There's the spirit to spirit of the exorcism, okay? And that's where, like, when I go into museums or I get with people, things get loud and aggressive. And my body goes through a lot of violent movement because it's the energy of the spirits at war and soaring through it. The stories coming to light. And then there's the form of the exorcism with the chakras, the seals, okay? Working through the inner demons aspect of it that's not so deep. You know, Peter never liked when okay, how do I explain it? I think the reason why Peter and Mary Magdalene had so many differences because I believe that Peter and Mary Magdalene were also siblings. So I said, like, when I look back on my own, it's like I keep hearing it's like I channel a little girl running around, and it's like, Christopher, where's Christopher? And I like it was like an older brother, okay? And I've been channeling that the older brother was an illegitimate child, one that like not a lot of people knew about. But they later found out that, who their biological father was. It's like if you look at Mother Mary and Joseph, okay, did Joseph have a child before Mary Magdalene or before the thing with Mary? Because he could have been, you know, 13, 14, 15. But see, that's Like, we don't see those things because it's not there. It's not because you say, "Well, it's not in this it's not in this book." So if it's not in this book, fake news, false information. Better run and get your fact checker. I question these things because, when you sit back and you look at your own life and then you look at how, like, the depictions of what they put forward there, because they say your name is in the Bible, your name is in the Bible. Well, you look at this book and say, well, where's my name? Well, did you know Terah was Abraham's father? And Abraham didn't even like his own father because his own father was part of the mystics. I think I don't know how I look. And you really think I don't know how it feels? Like, here you two, come on. You must say that. Ahorita que harás tu pri que ta to samay. Russia. Like, fuck this. Gurisita marisita tuya. It's like shit. It's a father and a son. It's siblings, and it's like, I'm gonna barf. Excuse me. Wow. Yesterday. Dimi kada. Murisi kada şöyle asalatu kusotoy. Su ukuma kada elahtui. Like Peter said, why choose a woman? Maybe it's because the woman did the work and learned how to understand. And it wasn't Jesus who chose. It was the woman who chose to understand herself. It was Peter who did it. And the only way he could get her was for him to cast an illusion. It's like, with all due respect, I understand you have your Bibles. I understand that you go by your Bible and you swear by your Bible, but maybe you shouldn't. Maybe you should go inward and look at your own life and your own genealogy and you'll find the truth. But oh, wait, that takes too much time and too much work. Might have to face a few demons along the way and lose a few people. But if you lose the people because you spoke your truth, then I guess they didn't understand. It was like maybe Joseph didn't even know he had a son. Peter found out and hated Mary Magdalene for it. Make her go away. Make her look crazy. Shit, even sometimes they disguise themselves and maybe John was 15 years older than Mary Magdalene. Because they all seem to be like 14, 15 years apart from one another. Seriously, because, John was many years older than Jesus. But your Bible doesn't tell you that, right? Or maybe it does, and you just haven't read that part because it's not in the Bible that you're taught. Today is about spirits and demons, and the demons are the deep memories, and it's like compelling them and manipulating them and saying demonizing them because that's the narrative you want to go with, and then when they come out fighting to defend themselves, that's when you say that they're demons and they're liars. Well, you're just as much a fucking liar as they are. It's like I can feel that. It's like shaking the shit, like "Risiki mata." It's like, how does it feel picking on a girl? Don't like when the girl picks back, right? What is see? You're so like annoyed. See, listen to that Christmas time last year or thereabouts that they opened the tomb or the place where Saint Peter was said to have been. To say we're in the last battle, war. You know how many times Peter tried to kill Mary Magdalene, or for delicate people, should I say, unalive? I'm just sitting in it. Should another one. Sometimes you have to sit in, like, even like certain affiliations who demonize crystals, but yet they're in your fucking phones. They're in the crystals are in many things. Some people put fucking crystals in their ears and they're called diamonds. Like, no, because with the books, Bibles, what have you. That's why Spirit has me like doing this, because it's bringing the truth forward. It's saying, like, what we've been taught is scrambled. It's a whole shit show. Like, I feel that right in here. It's like you want to tear it out here. Pureta pureta daisa. Like, there's a frustrated energy right, like a frustrated spirit right now, and it's like Mary Magdalene saying, Peter, grow up. Last year, I never went up till, I think, Christmas Eve. It usually gets up a lot sooner than that, but this has been a rough few years for me. And see what I've been bringing forward the past few years. It's not something that wasn't happening before that. Just never said anything about it. Because if you talk about stuff like this, shit, man, they want to sign you in the fucking funny farm. It's supposed to be a place of healing, but there ain't no fucking healing there. Not at all. It's just another fucking institution. Nothing to stimulate the mind. It gives you two fucking TV rooms and coloring book and crayons and cards and a chessboard. They don't do a lot of things with the patients, and I don't think that changed much. You can't even go, like, there's in the place where I'm at. If they put you in the mental health institution, you have a little court that is surrounded by fucking 8, 10 stories, like, well, maybe 10 stories. Like, I don't know, however high the hospital is, and it's on all sides of you. So it's like you're confined in a little circle with a few trees and a couple benches. It's like you're caged. You're caged inside, and then you have to wait a week to 2 weeks to be able to go outside, depending on what they have you in there for. How is that healing? It's not. It's like prison. They sit behind a fucking closed door. They lock the kitchen. It's open first thing in the morning for about an hour in the afternoon, about an hour at supper time, long enough for you to get some stuff. But throughout the day, if you want any water, you have to go up to the desk and ask for it. Maybe all those people that put us in there, maybe they should spend some time in there. But oh, wait, if they need the mental health hospital, they have a mansion to go to. They have hairdressers and cooks and everything. They don't need swap. It's like I just heard the word Betty Ford. Wealthy people go to prisons that are like, almost like being in a home. And then you have other one like the ones like everyday people, and they're put into a prison where it sounds like a bunch of fucking monkeys and chinchillas and everything hollering and screaming and banging on things. I know because I spoke to somebody while they were in prison, in jail, and that's exactly what it sounded like. I had to keep from crying. It's like the prison of the mind. It's like go tell the system to go fuck itself. It's like energetically attacking my heart, seriously. Quito Puri. It's like ebony and ivory. Half and half. The Son of Man. So you say nobody else is God, but you say Jesus was Son of Man, but represents the child of true humanity and the image of the divine realm that resides within every person. Thank you, Louise. It is seen as the true representation of humanity's spiritual nature and the idea to which the disciples should aspire. It says the Savior tells the disciples that the child of true humanity exists within you and commands them to follow it. Those who search for it will find it. Istototaye kumoya, biasurukiti. The idea of the following the child of true humanity requires identifying which the archetype image of humanity and conforming to it as a model. This is in contrast to the representation of the Son of Man as a Masonic feature in other gospel works, such as the Gospel of Mark, where the Son of Man is seen as a figure who will come with power and glory in the end times. Son of Man, a Masonic. You know, you say about your Masonic lodges, and you know, everything is always depicted as it's a man, it's a man, it's a man, it's a man, it's a man. Is your penis that fucking small that you have to try and boost your ego in other ways? Oh my Jesus. How do you get out the eye? There's sunlight. So now, like, I'm quite like I said about John, right? John and Mary Magdalene is Jesus the son of John and Mary Magdalene. But then it's you got that part where you question, like, okay, like Joseph didn't know that he had a son. And the son, which would be Peter, met Mary Magdalene at a young age, and she got impregnated by Jesus, but then forgot what Peter looked like. And then in later years, Peter came back, but he found out that they were siblings. And then it's like, well, why did you keep her and not me? Or why did you keep him and not me? It's like I understand that because it's like sometimes you look at your own situation and it's like I feel like with my two my two sons, my oldest that my parents decided to had adopted, and then my youngest. And my youngest tells me that, oh, you do more for him than me. And like, no. And then I wonder, like, is the other one, does the other one feel like, well, why did you, why, like, when in situations like that, it's like, well, why did you keep, why did you keep that one and not me? And then it becomes like, it's like because I'm looking at a situation, like I'm looking at something in a like something that I'm close to, and I question it, not only with regards to one part of it, but also another part of it. Because if I look at things, it's like I look at one part, and the two that I see are about 15 years apart, and then that one and another one is about 15 years apart. And then that one and the other one is about the same years apart. And I have the same, and it's like I look at myself and I have those similarities. It's like I look at it's like I sit back and I look and it's like the father, or sorry, okay, the father, the son, the grandson, and the great grandson. So it would be like Uranus, Kronos, Zeus, and then Zeus' son. Wow. People think, oh, like you and this stuff. Like, why do you talk about it? Because I can. And if you don't like it, you don't have to be in here, and you don't have to believe it. Like I question my own life all the time. I question my bloodline. I question my ancestors, and and I even question the cause. I question, like I know, like it exists, but not in the way that people believe. It's like screaming right now. It's like, release. Like shit. I look like a fucking like raging lunatic. I know that. I look like right out to lunch, and I know that, and I really don't care. Like hold on to them. It's like I can feel when an entity, a spirit, and what have you, comes into my home because I can feel it trying to sneak up on me. I go upstairs to my ex-husband's house, and when I walk in there, it's like it just rushes right to me. And then they tell them, if you try to go down into her place, you may not survive. You'll just be thrown right back. It's like picking up that rock. It reminded me of something I seen in that Bible yesterday. Versículo boy, what I this Bible was from 1875 or thereabouts. Right here. And a lot of the like this stuff has been done under the system of perceived religion. I think that was the Moses thing. Galaton, Aresikukurete. Oh, Saint Stephen, the martyrdom of Saint Stephen. More violence in that picture. And you send your children to these places. More. These are pictures in a Bible. Shit. What's up there? Let's see. Okay. Okay. Isa, Vicky Matayay. Huh? Isko Masha. Isko. Oh shit. Definitely. Be careful there, man. How am I gonna do this? Parece que toqué. My dang. Seriously. Oh, I know. Ese amor, alam mo ito puro por sila. Mhm. It's a Michelangelo painting. The creation of Adam. Okay. Okay. You look at this. Okay. You have the two men. The creation of Adam. Hey, was Adam and God gay? Parece como today. And it's all naked men. Seriously, and I'm not saying anything's like people say, look, oh, gay is wrong. It's like, has anybody ever seen the behavior of someone who was in the closet? Okay. They'll be in relationships with like the opposite sex to cover up their true sexuality. And then they will throw shit and shade at the sexuality that they prefer. Homosexuality has been around since the beginning, whether it's two men or two women. See, I'm still wrapping my head around the aspect of transgender, of people going in and having their body mutilated so that they can look like a man or a woman. I'm still trying to wrap my head around that one because I really like it's like people don't believe that like it's like you feel you have to fit the part. I know one knew one woman and she ended up taking her own life because people didn't accept her, which I found like no offense, but I found it really strange because they were transgender. They were a girl who identified as a boy, but dated a boy. It's like I'm still like trying to wrap my head around that, and people saying like you have to identify one way or another. Your physical body is a boy or a girl. You don't have to change yourself. You can be both your feminine and masculine, but you were taught that mentally you had to like you had to be one or the other, and you had to look one way or the other in order to be feel like that gender. But when you do that, you are being deceitful. Not only being deceitful to others, but you're also deceiving your own divinity. I get when I hear about like people doing it to their kids, allowing it to happen to the kids, and then they say, "Oh well, you know, the school is threatening this, or this is being threatened," or like I know somebody that they like their say was taken from them as to whether or not their child could have the therapy. And apparently it went into the court, and the court favored in the side of the other and saying, oh, yeah, well, it can be done even though the other one protested. Why not the family go in and find out why this person is feeling this way and talk together? Because when you do that, I'm going to be honest, and I don't care if you fucking hate me for it. You are allowing your children to be abused and you are being part of it. And you're doing it out of fear or because, you know, sometimes it's because sometimes the parents they wanted a boy instead of a girl, or they wanted a girl instead of a boy. So, oh yeah, I'll go with that. Then I'll have the boy that I never had, or I'll have the girl that I always wanted. I'm explaining that any surgery that you undergo, you risk damage, you risk more problems, and that's why they don't give surgeries out so fucking freely for people who have medical conditions, but why are they giving it out so freely for people who want to transition? I know somebody had to wait years, like more than 5 years to get a fucking hernia fixed, but in a matter of a month, a person who wants to transition, it happens like that for them. Why is that? Sometimes you do because people just wanna be part of something. I know someone that there when they legalized, marijuana. I mean, whoever just got irritated with me, you be irritated with me. But before you decide to have surgery or before you decide to say that, okay, it's okay for you to fucking mutilate my kid, I was like this person when the marijuana was being legalized. They never smoked marijuana in the years that they were alive. Never smoked it once, but they wanted to go into the liquor store and buy some marijuana because they wanted to be part of it. No offense to people, do people realize how ridiculous that sounds and is? You're already a part of the history. You don't have to go into the fucking liquor store and buy the weed to be part of it. You're in the time of it. It's like I know somebody told me years ago about like a dream vision type thing that they had, and it was they were one gender and they took a pill and they switched to another gender. Do you know what that's showing? I've seen different things on TikTok where people had transitioned. It never worked out. Please, they mutilate our bodies enough. It's like, I'm not saying it's something. Talk with someone and legally, legally, Transition shouldn't be allowed to happen until you're about 25 because that's when your body stops maturing and but I know God would prefer you didn't do it at all. The darkness, reason why they would have you do it is because they're not comfortable in their own skin. They feel they have to look a certain way, act a certain way to fit in. I went into Sally's one day, and there was a guy in there. He had really long hair, beautiful hair. He had makeup on, he had his nails done, and he had a beard. I don't understand why it is that man or a child feels one way or another and just actually listen. Like I said, any parent that allows or agrees with that happening to their child, I don't care if you like me or not, you are in the wrong. Because when that child gets old enough and they realize, wait, how are you going to feel about it then? How are you going to feel about it then when you're at a loss and the way the world is today, like we look at our children, we look at ourselves. How many of us have had those thoughts of not wanting to be in existence anymore? I've heard many people say, I don't want to be here anymore. You have made convincing people to unalive themselves by convincing them that there's something wrong with them. You're the fucking adult. Certain systems will guilt people into certain things, but the education is not there. I may have lost people viewing or following or liking or what have you, and that's fine. We don't always have to see eye to eye, but it's actually taking the time to step inside. I knew a guy, and he would dress like in drag, but he didn't look like the scary drag. I mean, when this guy did himself up, like he looked like a fucking woman, and a pretty woman at that. But see, the thing is, ones that do this and you approach someone, you're deceiving them. And then you wonder why there's so much anger and backlash about it. It's because of the deceit that comes behind it and with it. Like, I'm not going to say things just to make people feel, I'm going to say things that, needs to be said. You run with it or you don't. You hear it or you don't. You understand it or you don't. Like I said, don't like, don't people realize that there's enough fucking mutilation? Like shit, I had like about 7 surgeries, and it all had to do with my lady organs. That hurt. And once I was when I was having my hysterectomy, when the woman, the one that does the euthanasia, like the intravenous and puts the solution in that anesthesia, anesthetist, however you pronounce it. She put the IV in and she looked away and I could see under like almost under the skin. And then when she put the syringe in, she took and she pushed it hard. So when she pushed it hard, none of it went in. It all went over my arm. And she took a cloth and she dabbed it and then wrapped a bunch of tape around it and said, let's hope it doesn't fall out during surgery. And she never put any more in. So they put me under with a mask. And then halfway through, like, I don't even know if it was halfway through surgery, I woke up and everything was black and I was screaming for my mom because I was feeling them cut my insides and pull my uterus out through my vagina. And then I woke up in my room alone in the dark, not knowing where in the fuck I was, in pain. And I should have, like, they don't believe people for that. And, your government protects medical malpractice like that because the biggest majority of your medical funding goes in a fund to pay for the lawyers to protect doctors from medical malpractice. Don't believe me? Maybe you should go down that rabbit hole. So that's giving them permission to fucking torture the shit out of you. And, if they do get their license suspended or lose their license in Canada, all they have to do is move to the next province and they can practice again. How is that legitimate? They're going to do it in one province, they're going to do it in another province. So just imagine what, like, the torture and torment that your young children, you give them, you say, yeah, let's do this. You're fucking torturing your children and you're torturing yourself because, you know, a lot of pain comes with it afterwards. But you don't have to endure the pain, right? You can just say the person has like histrionics or and after that hysterectomy, they did a bladder mesh. I ended up having to go in for surgery again to have that removed because the mesh was cutting into my cervix and causing me a lot of pain. And then after that, I ended up having to go in for another surgery. And I had to go on a bunch of like on heavy duty antibiotics. I mean, the heaviest you could get. And they told me I'd have to be on it for the rest of my life because it created a cystosis to the point where my bladder wasn't emptying. It was painful. I didn't know which was worse, taking the medication or enduring the pain from the cystosis. Because of the medication, I started losing my hair. I started having really bad pains in my belly, feeling ill all the time. But you don't think of that, do you? Because maybe you never had to go through that experience. When you're doing like surgeries and stuff like that, transgendering, you're attacking your 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 reproductive systems, your your manhood and your ladyhood. Stop it. Basically, I'm getting that like thing out. Essa mãe, atoy, oxmoy no ya sara. All right, I'll let you down then. Seriously. And see, the thing is, I was told like, well, that was in 2013, and in 2017, when I was told of how surgery works, because the woman across the hall from me, she worked in the OR, and she said what they do is halfway through surgery, they bring like halfway through surgery, they bring you out far enough so that they can check to make sure your vital signs were fine. And when they did it to me, I came all the way out because I didn't have the stuff that went in my arm. All I had was the gas stuff. And when I woke up, when I was screaming and that for my mom, I felt cold solution go in my arm, and then the mask come over my face. And legally, they're supposed to keep you in the recovery room until you wake up, and they're supposed to keep you there for like an hour and a half, 2 hours afterwards. They're not supposed to take you out of surgery and put you right in a room. Is there a statute of limitations on it? Because I know who the doctor was, but she's retired now. You just think. I just told you the experience of when you wake up through surgery. So they're not going easy, not at all. And that's why you come round hurting as badly as you do. Some are more careful than others, and some just don't give two fucking shits how much they hurt you. You're straight. Let's flip and flop and pull and like do the sticky and what I know that. Here, let me do that to you. Oh wait, I probably wouldn't do that to you because it's fucking cruel and unnecessary. And when I say cruel and unnecessary, I mean the behavior that they do when they have you under. You know, maybe when you're in surgery, maybe there should be cameras in every room so that you have a recourse of what goes on. Just saying. Not allowed to say which bladder mesh I had, apparently. But just go in and look up class action lawsuits with regards to bladder meshes. The kin, I think it is. Testicular right? See, they do these hernia meshes and bladder meshes and what have you, but they don't tell you that they can do a mesh using your own tissues. And why don't they tell you that? Because it's not profitable for pharmaceutical companies and people that invent this stuff. Seriously, ask people who've had surgery. It's the lack of education. You're told to accept it because we say it's okay. Yeah. Excuse me. He's over. What are you doing? Ow! Ow! You're sassafras, are you? Well, you're not grounding me very well. Somebody told me that they think that he has some Cancun in him. I think it would be cool to have a canteen cat. Like, "You fucking royal ow! You royal little shit! You bite me and I'll bite your ear." Well, you got up. Policy boy, huh? Yes, I do bite his ear. I don't bite it hard, but I bite his ear to let him know, like, "Hey, dude, that fucking hurts." He knows what he's doing. So I don't do it all the time, but usually if I like threaten because he knows I will bite his ear. Well, like I said, not hard, just enough for him to know, like, hey, I just heard of cruelty. Is it cruelty? You sure about that? What happens in the cat world? Only I'm just biting his ear slightly and they'll fucking tear each other apart. So, assisto que a mochila everything you can imagine is real. God created everything, right? So if you can think it, God already created it, huh? We cherish our friends not for their ability to amuse us, but for ours to amuse them. Yeah. You may have to fight a battle more than once to win it. I enjoy the game so much. I don't think I can play any other way but all out. I'm reading these because it's just success doesn't come to you, you go to it. Say, like the magnet, okay? So success doesn't come to you go to it. So as you see your vision, you start moving through. Say, moving through timelines. It's like the breadcrumbs pass. Breadcrumbs lead you to where you're meant to be when you're meant to be there. And sometimes it will throw distractions in your way, but it's something to learn from to get to the next. I got level, but to the next. next phase. Eso é. Yeah, I love this as well. Look ahead to where you're going. Keep in mind why you want to get there. Your dreams will pull you toward them if you remember to let them. So, with that being said, I'm sending you all much love, light, many blessings, most importantly, very good health to anyone and everyone wanting and willing to receive themselves. I want you all to be big, bold, brave, most importantly, be yourself, be your authentic self, be true and kind to yourself, and true and kind to others. And I know that can be hard. And that's right. I hope you all have a great weekend. Correctamente es mucho super play. I might come on later and just do some, just we try really hard just to do language and move energy as healings and just, you know, and if you feel like if you got to scream, scream. You know, you don't have to scream externally because where you need to scream is, excuse me, is also internally. Because when you scream internally, it protrudes out, and when it protrudes out, then it expands out. Tisalato pore areto mursheleata isurkiefta. Meow, meow.